Yeah, exactly, Hidden. Yeah, doing everything is a lot of fun. Alright, and anyone that feels like leaving a lurk over on YouTube, feel free to. No worries if not. And yeah, anyone that joined from the Josh Goldberg raid, what was Josh up to? The thing that we are going to be working on today. We were debating whether we wanted to establish global state management or whether we wanted to abstract out this sidebar here for chapters and then like the main content for the form here into just like a single component. But as I was waking up this morning, I realized that we also would need, right, like if I do a rename right here, it needs to rename there and over here. So renaming a chapter involves global state at that point. And the way that we have our app layout already done, this is over in a thing that is outside of the scope of our route. So at this point, we do kind of just need global state management. It's as if this section here were up in the header. Same idea, right? The header's persistent across all UIs in most apps. So at that point, you need global state to re-render and render that as you need, or render and then re-render it as you need. So global state time, we're going to use Yotai. We're going to call it good. Zustand is great if you want to use like Redux style state management. Basically, Yotai, Zustand, and Valtio are all made by the same people, but they're all three different like fundamental patterns for state management. Zustand follows the Redux approach in which you have a reducer and you do all of that junk. Valtio is proxy based, I think. Hold on, I might have Valtio and Yotai mixed up. I'm gonna have to double check that now. Either one of them, right? Yotai or Valtio is the proxy-based atomics, and then the other one is more like derived state. I forget how to describe them completely. So let's just look at it. Yotai versus Valtio. So here's the full answer. There are technical differences that matter, right? Let's try not to answer. It depends. Assuming Yotai will hit V1 soon. This is 2021. The general recommendation is Yotai over Valtio if you're considering the two as options. The mental model of Yotai is much closer to that of React. Valtio, on the other hand, is magical. Wow, it just works with less code. And I believe the reason for that is proxies and basically observables. I massively dislike working with observables these days. Right? Proxies specifically. Not observables only, but proxy-based observables. Proxies are just a headache. Hey, what's up, Brooke Zerker? Thanks for joining the Fantasy Football League this year. That was so fun. I need to get Connor his winnings. And hey, what's up, Productivity for Programmers? How you doing? Yeah, well done. And man, I haven't heard from Stacking in ages. Hope he's doing all right. Have you heard from him? feel like I've seen his team like get updated, so I think he's still alive. Yeah, so Voltio is a proxy. So yeah, we're gonna use Yotai. Okay, makes sense. Well, cool. At least he's alright. My guess is he feels bad about leaving me hanging in New York. Simple apology would suffice. Yes, we're going to use Yotai. I just really don't like the proxy interface of Voltio, right? We've dealt with the proxy issue in a bunch of different cases. Nanostores is also proxy-based. MobX is also proxy-based. And dealing with the headaches of those proxies is a pain. So yeah, we're going to use Yotai. What were you up to on stream today? Yeah, how's your course on Docker going? And yeah, for everyone that was asking about Yotai, Voltio, Zustand, you want to know the funniest part? They're all words for state in other languages. Zustand, I think, is German. Yotai, I think, is Japanese. And I forget where Voltio is from. So that's kind of funny, right? That's actually kind of genius. Just use other languages. Nailed it. My guess is they went and translated the word state into every other language they could and then found like the best ones. So yeah, you started a new course, wrote some articles, and chatted about management and leadership. Nice. Yeah, I have a couple blog posts I want to write, actually. And I got another YouTube video I need to make. That last one is killing it right now. I'm really proud of that. I'm at 2,100 watch hours. This YouTube video alone, 160. Are we getting some? Hold on, this is important. Nope, not weather bug. How is that not my main link? Oh, we are getting snow. Hold on, how much? Around an inch, half an inch, 1 to 2 inches, 1 to 3, 3 to 5. Just in time for the weekend. It's okay, I need people to ride over it and pack it in. So that hopefully next week is really good. Yeah, I need the off-piece stuff to fill in. But yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, I would assume more next week as long as it doesn't warm up. The fact that they're predicting highs near 25 is pretty good. Yes, next week might be really good. Yeah, I know Stevens Pass really well. I can find powder at Stevens Pass days after it snowed. Even inbounds. Just because, you know, I know where the stash spots are. I spent 10 years working there. And then, you know, 4 years before that, just snowboarding there. Yeah, cascades are good. Right. Okay. Here we go. No, not really. Yeah, the closest place you can stay at Stevens Pass is like 20 minutes away. That's why I'm considering moving to Leavenworth. Leavenworth is like 45 minutes away, but it still has like, you know, some pretty decent like terrain. Or not terrain. Pretty decent like amenities, like restaurants and a grocery store in town and stuff like that. If I wanted to live in Skykomish, which is technically closer, in Skykomish it would be like 25 minutes away, but the closest grocery store is another 20 minutes away from that, right? So I'd rather live 5 minutes from a grocery store and 40 from the mountain rather than 20 minutes from the mountain but 25 from the grocery store. I eat more often than I snowboard. You know. Call me crazy. Leavenworth for the beer? Ice Cold Brewing isn't actually my favorite beer. But maybe not if I were in Skykomish. Yeah, touche. No, I'd just have to stock up more. I'd need like a chest freezer and a whole bunch of stuff. The problem with like Skykomish is actually the train. There's a train that goes by at like anywhere between like 2 and 5 a.m. And it's loud. The water isn't safe to drink due to a train derailment that happened a while back. Like, yeah. Skykomish is no thanks kind of territory. I'm sure they'll tell you the water's safe to drink. I still don't trust it. So yeah, atoms derived from atoms. That's the main goal here. Yeah, I've got a water filter in the apartment I live in right now, actually. Really, MG? It is a reverse osmosis system, Jero. It's one of those reverse osmosis things, goes under the sink, and it does my water filtering. The only water that doesn't go through that is the water that goes into, like, boiling noodles. Yeah, you have to get one. It's so worth it. Bunch of heavy metals at the bottom, MG? Gnarly. Ugh, brutal. And yeah, water systems typically take water from the bottom. Gnarly. Brutal. Gnarly. All right, so here's the thing. We need to co-locate most of our state. We're going to create a folder for state. And inside this folder for state, we're just going to have a main for now. So I'm not positive of how we want to do this yet. All right. Big bottle of water next to you? Maybe. Means that you're getting up less, probably. Yeah, no worries, Brookzerker. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, so you just started the book, though. So, yeah, like, how long does it take you to create a new course? Anyway, yeah. We'll discuss it next time. I'm curious about that, though. Because I feel like you just finished one. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no worries. All right, so current chapter ID. Let me think about this. But yeah, no worries. Yep, have a great day. And yeah, next time you got some time and you want to hang out, yeah, feel free. Let's talk about your process for courses and stuff. I'm curious about that. How you release them? Like, yeah, I'm really curious. We could even make it like a co-stream, if you're down for me making a YouTube video about it. Okay, so here's something I might want to do. I think books right there is fine. We'll just say 0. We can do a get right here. So basically, every time we update our book fetch timestamp, we cause a re-trigger of books getting fetched. Right, and it's basically that logic right there. I think we can make this async. Ooh, hold on. Here we go, async. Oh. Oh. That's right. That's right. It gives us the getter and the setter if we do a use atom, right? Okay. Yeah, so let's double check how we're doing some of this, right? I think technically we could just make this promise. Right, so we do book fetch timestamp there. We don't actually care about that timestamp, but updating books timestamp, sure. And we just force this to do a fetch. We need to bring in books queries. And then that is our set of books. Now here's the next thing. Do I even need that? I think no matter what, yep, it's an atom of what we're expecting anyway. Yeah, so let me double check how we want to do this. Because this is basically about how we want to model our data. Now this is going to be like needless fetches. When we could just update all of it a different way. The nice part, well, not the nice part. One thing that we're not able to get is persistence now. Because we're no longer using Atom with storage. I know I've done some of this before. I think I did a lot of it just without having to worry about data fetching, which made it a little bit easier. So then in this case, I think we've got a little bit more to deal with. And I don't think we need to make it that complicated. So, yeah, let's just keep going. Current chapter is... Right, this is synchronous so far, so that would be current chapter ID. And we're also going to have current snippets. So very similarly, we want to update both of these whenever the current chapter updates. Yep, that looks about right to me. I think we're okay with that. Because that could still return undefined. Yeah, so we're good there. So then from here, very similarly, we want to return snippets.crud. Oop, not crud, .crud, but crud. Not snuppets either. Ooh, and I think it's queries. Get snippets for chapter. Chapter ID. All right, so the current chapter and the current snippets are derived from that. All we need to do is set the chapter ID when we read from it. We also want to maybe get current snippet. Oh, and I missed some follows. Shahid and YF, welcome. How you doing? Yep, TS stands for TypeScript. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're good. All right, so then, what is an atom in Yotai? Atom is any atomic state that you care about. So typically, you'll start off with some simple atoms, like a book fetch timestamp, or, you know, like a chapter ID, which is just a number or undefined. And then you'll tend to have other things that are derived from those atoms. Right? So it's a way of having a chance to update one thing, such as the ID for a chapter or snippet from the URL, and then having a subscribable state, such as, you know, like current snippet here, in which I would just do a use atom of current snippet inside of my component, and it would cause a re-render every time this current snippet updates based upon derived state. And that's why a get here is so important. Get is part of that, like, derived subscribable state. So every time an atom that I'm calling get upon actually updates, any other atom that has get for that atom will also reevaluate. So derived state is really the magic of Yotai. You can actually have some really complex state that you're only managing within this state management because it's derived from previous state. Think about all sorts of places where you might have an ID in the URL, but you need to actually fetch like 5 to 10 different things. And how many pages do you do that on? Well, it can be really easy if you just have one place that you're updating that one bit of state, which is the ID that you care about reading. And then everything else that you're subscribing to just magically updates. Derived state is really like the magic of Yotai, in my opinion. Technically, for the last job I had, I used Yotai for the state management. It was for a tic-tac-toe game. And all of my logic was basically in derived state. Determining if someone had won. Determining whose turn it was. Determining, right, like, basically, if there was a tic-tac-toe, right? All of these things were actually derived state. And I was just simply running the tic-tac-toe board logic within my derived state. And then every other route just simply consumed that state. It was really magical. It was really good, actually. I'm told it's part of why I got hired, right? One of the engineers saw it and was really impressed by it. And another reason I got hired is because I could see the future, and I knew that they were going to ask, well, what about a non-3x3? What about 4x4 or 5x5 for tic-tac-toe? I actually predicted that, and the only flaw I had was I messed up the CSS. I could have easily fixed the CSS right there in that call. The board itself, all of that logic still worked. So yeah, due to my expertise, I knew where the tic-tac-toe questions were going to come from and, like, you know, where it was supposed to go. And I also got to use derived state in a really nice, clean, and easy way that made my components really simple. And yeah, it's going to make this a lot simpler too, because I'm updating all of this and I'm doing my data fetching within this derived state. So now everything else only needs to update whenever I update these, and the logic in my components is going to get way simpler. Yeah, I just used like hard-coded like indexes for like which thing should get a border and whatnot, rather than using like n times 2 or divided by 2 or whatever, right? It would have been such an easy CSS fix. But he didn't even care, right? The fact that I predicted far enough ahead of what the requirements would be, they knew I knew what I was doing. But okay, so let's get back to the current snippet. That's going to be based on current snippet ID, current snippets, right? So basically, I'm going to start grouping a lot of these together. And we kind of realize that all of the books stuff right here, that could be its own state file. All of the chapters stuff right here could be its own state file. And then the snippet stuff here could also be its own state file. I don't think we need to separate them out too much. We could just add comments between them for now. Chapters, snippets, right? We're gonna do the levels IO thing and cram everything into one file until we don't need to anymore, or until it makes sense to separate them. I think that's a valid approach for side projects and, you know, things that might not last. I think he builds out projects so often and so quickly that, yeah, optimizing around developer experience and using separate files and all that junk really just doesn't make as much sense until he has something that takes off. And then once it's taken off, does he actually need to change it? Because it already took off. Sounds like a skill issue. They'd say the same thing about data modeling, right? What do you mean you gotta ask again how to do a many-to-many relationship? Skill issue. Whatever. Deal with it. Or don't and have someone help you with it. Yeah, it's actually not hard, Jarrell. But yeah, it's a thing you just have to do to actually get it. I think the biggest problem is we don't do it often enough, so it never becomes like muscle memory, you know? So yeah, a back-end dev who doesn't do CSS that often isn't going to be able to memorize as easily a thing that we deal with every day. In the same way that, yeah, if they're having to model many-to-many relationships often, they're going to remember that pattern better. It's not that hard, but it's more about like habit and how often you do something to form a habit. Which is why I don't put any effort into memorizing anything. If you use it often enough, you'll memorize it anyway. Sometimes someone will give you some piece of knowledge that you won't ever be able to forget. Right? I'm actually upset about a piece of knowledge someone gave me at one point, because now I can't forget it. I didn't know it as like making a point. So yeah, who here remembers the difference between call and apply in JavaScript? They basically do the same thing. They call a function on another object with arguments. The only difference, call is a comma-separated list of arguments. Call, C, comma, C, nailed it. Apply is an array of arguments. Apply, array, they both start with A. Once you know that mnemonic, you'll never be able to forget it, and I'm actually pissed. Because I wanted to, as a point, not have that memorized. Someone gave me a mnemonic and I'll never be able to forget it now. I didn't want to memorize that. I'd love to be able to forget it, but I can't. Oh, I get it, they're hidden. Yeah, the main reason is because it makes them feel stupid. And they don't like feeling stupid. They think something so simple like CSS should be easy. And they don't, they don't have the patterns or the muscle memory, and it bums them out. It makes them feel stupid. Part of it is most likely because they look down upon front-end devs. This is a front-end dev thing. Like, it shouldn't be this hard. So that's a big part of it. Not all of them, but I would say a large portion of them that you work with, it's self-loathing because it's a thing that should be easy because it's for the easy people's jobs. They look down upon designers, thinking designers just press left and right on the arrow keys of their keyboard all day. Just like fine-tuning spacing and stuff. No, that's not what designers do. But their contempt for someone else's job is what holds them back. Prevents them from even getting good at it because they think it's beneath them. Yeah, there's a lot of that out there, Jerome. It's a bummer. If you simply accept that everybody's job is hard and that's why we get paid to do what we do, you'll have a much better career in life. Yeah, I get it, Hidden. Recognizing that nobody has an easy job will make you easier to get along with as well, right? There's so much about it. Monitoring engineer? Oh man, yeah. Monitoring the right way? Yeah, right? There are specialties and expertises that you either focus on or you do really bad at for a while until you get better. Yep. All right, so the current snippet is then going to be something like this. Yeah, exactly, Jarrell. And for you to figure out how to do all that would have taken you a long time, right? The quicker you can get stats and heat maps like that, the quicker you can action upon them, and that's hugely valuable. That's why one of the jobs my mom did for a large company was optimizing their business analytics, like queries. Think queries that have to deal with millions of action points and users and blah, blah, blah per day for a very, very large company, but I don't want to dox the company, right? All of that data needs to be combed and aggregated and put into the hands of business people and marketing, etc., so that they can actually use the numbers. And the quicker they get those numbers, the more value they have, and the quicker they can deliver upon that data, more so than their competitors. So she would optimize queries that run for 24 hours down to 8. That's a massive win, right? Can you imagine dealing with SQL queries that take 24 hours to run? And could you imagine making it 8? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? That's why typing speed doesn't matter. Especially for what she was doing. She needed to think about the problem and get it going in a way that she could start the query and be confident that it would still do what it needed and run, because it's a lot of lag time to find out if you did it wrong. Right? So the fail fast idea is thrown out the window, and you have to actually think about what you're doing more. Want to know the biggest takeaway of those optimizations? And this is in T-SQL or MS SQL or SQL Server, whatever. This is SQL Server stuff. The biggest win was turning nested queries, right? Subqueries into joins. That was the number one way she optimized a lot of those things. It wasn't always the thing, but it was often the thing. So yeah, subqueries. Just not a good idea. Joins can be optimized along the entire query path. Subqueries are basically a black box with a boundary of where the subquery is, and the optimizer can only optimize individual units and the things around it, but not how they interact with each other. This is just Monokai. It's just a theme. It's not a big deal. Not quite, Jarrell. Think about a subquery as an optimizer bailout. There are certain things in JavaScript you can do that bail out of the just-in-time compiler's optimizations. Using arguments instead of the spread operator in args. Using the arguments keyword is a bailout of the optimizer. Once it sees it, it can no longer make assumptions about everything around it. Gotcha. Yeah. No worries. It's a thing. I forget what some of the other optimizer bailouts are. And they're typically related to the JavaScript engine you're working with. So it could be V8 specific, could be web Safari specific. I forget what theirs is. Is that WebKit? I forget the name of the JavaScript engine in Safari. V8 optimizer bailouts. Deopt is another good word for it. But yeah, V8 bailout reasons. So yeah, crankshaft is no longer used. Unless otherwise specified, these are all crankshaft bailouts. So Chrome and Node now don't have the same bailout situations. But it's still interesting to reason about. So yeah, they're using turbofan instead, and I bet we could go find some turbofan bailouts as well. So, assignment to parameter in arguments object, right? If we're assigning to what's within our arguments object, ooh yeah, that's a bailout. Here's why, right? And it's in sloppy mode only, I guess. Bad value context for an argument's value. Right? So arguments, there are no args past this one theoretically, but there could be. Right? Returning arguments. Yep. Turning args from arguments. Like, yeah, pretty much using arguments in general. Yeah, sloppy mode is non-strict. So there's some that are problems in sloppy mode only. Others are problems in both, right? So strict versus sloppy. There you go. Easy enough to understand. For the most part, if you're writing modern JavaScript, your bundler is adding useStrict for you. So you don't need to add that yourself. The for in statement with a non-local each variable. Ooh, that one's interesting. Oh, it's because of var instead of let and const. Oh. I'm pretty sure. Because var is hoisted. var is lexically scoped rather than block scoped. I'm not sure that's the issue here. I'm not positive, actually. Yeah, I'm actually not sure about this one. I'd love to see a why. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is older too, so keep that in mind. And yeah, like, again, this is for crankshaft, not turbofan. So there may be some other, like, V8 bailouts that we don't know about. I know this dude. That's Andre. Yeah. He's the current organizer of Seattle JS now. Dude, this dude's so cool. He's awesome. Yeah. Oh, man. We're tweeting that. Oh. Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. Ooh, and this is a good point, right? You may not need this tool because really, like, V8 and most engines only optimize code that runs repeatedly, right? That's where the just-in-time compiler really massively kicks in and gains benefit, right? For websites, that would typically be your framework's code, not necessarily your app code. However, something that runs on a page that has a lot of re-renders could be something that you may want to like consider and optimize for. The reason I bring that up is I had a conversation with another very smart dude. I don't know why. EM Nudge is his handle. Calvin. Kipperman? I don't know. Calvin. Very, very smart dude. And had a conversation with him in which we started talking about like the performance implications of doing functional style things in JavaScript versus languages that support better functional paradigms, right? So lazy evaluation is one of them. Think about, you have a list of things. You want to filter it, then you want to map it, then you maybe want to filter it again, then you want to do some other stuff, and maybe even reduce it afterwards. All of these things are single steps that are single iterations of what you're doing. If it's running often enough, the just-in-time compiler will optimize all that away from you, and you don't need to worry about the actual, like, multiple loops that you're doing, right? Because the just-in-time compiler can optimize that. But if it's something that doesn't happen that often, it will not get optimized. And that's something I've run into. So there's a library called lazy.js that is a lazy evaluation for doing a lot of those, like, pluck, filter, take, whatever things, and it will actually jam it all together into a single iteration of your loop. I've had to do this before, and it was for things that didn't happen often enough for the compiler to optimize. Right? And I had maybe forgotten to mention this when we were discussing it, so I'd love to bring that back up, but it would be kind of weird, like, 3 months later. Oh, hey, man, you remember that thing we were talking about? Yeah, I realized that the reason my lazy JS approach was necessary is because it wasn't running often enough for the just-in-time compiler to kick in. 3 months later, though, it goes from endearing to creepy. That's just how my brain works, though. So yeah, it's really cool, but you probably don't need it if your code runs often enough. So depending on when this logic is firing is actually when it would be important. But yeah, super cool. It's always fun just like seeing someone you know randomly from a Google search. All right, so let's get back to this. Yeah, based upon current snippet ID. All right, so I think I've wired up a lot of this state. Let's hook that state up to the rest of our app. So yeah, fetching books we don't need anymore. Current book we do need as state. The modals we need as state as well. Books we don't need as state. Oh, and hold on. We're going to call it current books. I think it makes more sense that way. Ooh. Yeah, why is use Atom not importing? Ah, there it is. So this would be book fetch timestamp dot set date dot now. Wait, really? Okay, is there a use write Atom? I don't think we need the provider because it'll use the default store. Yeah, I don't remember having to do that. So I think we should be good. All right, so set book fetch timestamp there. Yeah, it makes sense, Omar. One big thing to remember is that they're all made by the same people, right? Daishi something or other, I forget his name. Daishiketo? I don't know. I can't remember. But Poimanders is like the group. Zustand. And hey, what's up, Denny? How you doing? Yeah, so Zustand, Yotai, and Voltio are all made by the same group. The key difference is they have different styles of state management. So Voltio is purely like the proxy-based MobX style observable, a thing you might know of as a signal. In a lot of cases, they're using proxies to do that. I can't remember if Signal uses proxies for theirs. I'm pretty sure they do, but I can't remember. Yotai is more about atoms and atomic state, but without the use of proxies. And then Zustand is Redux-style reducers. So yeah, understanding those three like fundamentally different kinds of state management will actually help you understand state management in general, and also when the use cases for these things make more sense. But yeah, how you doing, Denny? In a lot of cases, using atomics and derived state replaces a whole bunch of like the magic you'd have to do of dealing with state in a lot of different places. It makes your components a lot lighter in what they need to change and mutate, because a lot of stuff ends up just being derived from updating an original value. So yeah, in this case, we're going to be using derived state quite heavily. I already mentioned it earlier. I'll say it one more time. The usage of derived state made making a tic-tac-toe game extremely easy. All of the state within the tic-tac-toe game was actually derived state. So who won the game, whose turn it was, all these other things, all derived state. Right? All state derived from the set of moves that have been made completely. So it's really cool. If you want to do like a multi-game approach to like, you know, alternate who starts first based upon who started first in the previous game, it's still derived state from the collection of games that you have. So it's really cool. It's really not that much simpler than Redux. It's about the same, right? As far as where the logic gets co-located and all that stuff, it's about the same. It's really not that much simpler. Maybe less boilerplate? But even then, I don't think that makes it that much simpler. It's just less text. And yeah, so again, this is not ideal. This would cause a lot of like refetches for the user. And if we had a server we were hitting, yeah, an optimistic update would be way better, but we don't need to worry about optimistic updates because all of this state is local right now. So not a big deal. For the purpose of what we're making, excess fetches are not a problem. And yeah, you're going to realize that we probably have very few use effects in this app, which is pretty cool. But yeah, how you doing, Standard? doing pretty good. Let's just make sure that our app works the way we expect it to. I'm surprised that even loaded. Boom, so we get that working. So replacing that bit of state management at the app level so far seems like it totally works. Boom, all right, looks like it works still. Boom, looks like that works, and that works, all right. We refresh, we still see the same order. Okay, nice. Hold on. Let's do some replies here real quick. Oh, and we're gonna like that real quick. All right, so yeah, Spotify used Vercel, sure. And then Ryan Florence's reply, hey, at least you get like a cleaner error. All right, all right. Ooh. Right, is that a good reply to that? I feel bad. Okay, someone else did it too. But hold on. Yeah. I wanted to reply to this. Yeah, this is awesome, actually. Andre even replied. All right, so back to what we're doing. Oh, and hey, what's up, Tushar? How you doing? Welcome. You're right. You're right. What was I thinking? Take her easy there, Squirrely Dan. Take a couple inches off the top there, Squirrely Dan. That's a Texas size 10-4. Dude, that show's so good. And yeah, the fact that it is the absolute last season is actually sad. Shorzy isn't that good. Love the fact that he keeps the voice. Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker. Sorry for the language. My bad. It's a quote. All right, so we got that state wired up on the ep page. Let's get to chapter here. Right, all of this fetching we're doing there. Nope, not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. All right, all this can just disappear, fade away. It really doesn't want to autocomplete that? Huh. We do end up needing a use effect. It is an incredibly simple one, but one we need nonetheless. Pushing your boulder? Alright, whatever you say, Sisyphus. God, what movie? I saw that in something recently where like a doctor says, have you ever heard of syphilis? And the patient says, "What has this got to do with pushing a boulder?" I thought that was pretty clever. Who's up pushing their boulder? Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Who's saying hi to the crow again? That one's actually like way more obscure. Prometheus, right? He has his intestines eaten by a crow every night. See if your friends would actually get that one. Right? Have him text the friend back. Who's saying hi to the crow again tonight? That one's a bit more obscure. All right, so the atom that we are consuming right here, this one is current chapter. Yeah. And that is just chapter. All right, so then this right here would be current snippets. We may want to do a fetch timestamp for those just to trigger some refetches. We'll think about that for now. See, yeah, these setters are actually stable. So it shouldn't be a new instance of this function ever. So we shouldn't need to put it in this use effect. I really wish the ESLint plugin or rule or whatever could be made more aware of what is stable and what isn't. But how would it know? So I think it's fine. That's actually the right way to do that, too, huh? I always forget that. So yeah, we probably want to fix that over in app. All right, so here in chapter, right, we create it. Again, we don't care about the optimistic updates of it, so whatever. Yeah, it's a bit of a hack for an app like this, but I think it's fine. I've seen worse. We could create a single thing that would update all of our timestamps. I don't think we're ready to do that yet. Abdus? I'm gonna say Eli. What up, Eli? Thank you for the follow. Is it Eli or Ellie? I could say either one, but the whole name, that's a bit tough. Here's actually something we could do. We could actually force... Again, because this is just a proof of concept, we could force refetching from the SQLite for all of these things based upon a single fetch timestamp. Or a refresh timestamp. I think I'm doing it. It's so much easier than managing that state in another way. And again, it's all local state, so we're good. So we do need new snippet there, because we need to navigate. Yeah, okay. So let's go do this. We got some fixes to make. Book fetch timestamp. This is just fetch timestamp, because that doesn't exist anymore. See, and this would actually be a perfectly acceptable way of doing this if we were to wire up to a local first data representation. We would trigger refetches from our local first. We would update our local first, and then it would be responsible for rationalizing that data to the back end. So really, like, this pattern might be fine. Right? Even in like a modern, like, you know, database driven app rather than like a local driven app. This might be totally fine. I'd have to really play with Replicache and some other tools that do the local first thing to see if it's actually like a decent pattern for a larger app. And at this point, what we're doing could be eventually abstracted away from SQ local. Replacing our SQ local data storage with a remote data storage that still wires up to Drizzle, right? A remote data storage with a local data store. That would be huge, actually. And definitely kind of doable. Yeah, I'm really curious about that. All right, let's keep hacking at this. We're going to end up doing the fetch timestamp stuff. Setting the current chapter ID, we do atomically like that. Chapter and snippets happen like that. The only thing we worry about then is instead of set snippets, and instead of fetching the snippets, we don't have the timestamp thing yet. Oh, and yeah, anyone that was really hoping for DM Mulroy to be joining us tonight, he reached out saying that he had some reasons why he wanted to push to next week, which I totally get. He could also push to like later this week if he wanted, but again, I think pushing to next week is fine. It's really, I think it's going to be our last OCaml stream, whichever one it is, so delaying that gratification and sadness of it ending is something we can do. We can do it. But yeah. Yeah, he needed to push. I'm totally fine with him pushing. So we will not be doing the OCaml stuff tonight. Which I think is fine, because we haven't even touched Vexilla for like a week. So I'd like to get this kind of finished up so that we can hop hot and heavy right back into Vexilla. We got a lot of stuff we want to do. I think we're actually kind of really close to launching. I just need to actually publish the SDKs now. So getting all of our unit testing going and fixing the one edge case time issue that we have. It's like a very much edge case for start end. We got the daily stuff working, which is perfect because daily I think would have the issue more often. The edge case for the start end we can definitely fix. But I think, yeah, I want to get started doing like the blog post about some of this stuff as well. And also, you know, get the SDKs published, get them testable, and then really start hacking out and working on the documentation. Because I think documentation is the thing that we haven't done nearly enough for yet. So yeah, that's really like our next game plan for Vexilla. But no rush. We got time. What's up, Akavenge? How you doing? We're also kind of doing a bit of boilerplate for set fetch timestamp date.now. We could probably abstract that out to not even need to do the date.now part. We're not doing it often enough for me to care that much. At least not yet. All right, and then over here for snippet, yeah, fetching the snippet. Ooh, that's real easy. And hey, what's up, Avenge? Yeah, thank you for that that streak. Appreciate that. Okay. Oh. I think that was just a flaw of something that was unrelated to what we're doing. So let me double check this. We'll add a chapter. Boo! Right? Boom, nailed it. We don't have any of this wired up yet, but I think that's our next step. Which interview? I don't think I had one scheduled today, did I? Oh, shit. I don't think I had one today. If I did, well, it didn't go that good. No, we're good. I didn't have an interview today. Who would schedule an interview after New Year's Day? That would be crazy. But no, I do have one scheduled for Friday, and I got like 3 or 4 more scheduled for like next Thursday and Friday. For the same company, this is like the full process. So yeah. No. So I've got one like upcoming. That's probably the one I was talking about. They just hadn't scheduled anything yet based upon my availability. They did. They just sent the email today, like 7 minutes after I started streaming. So I haven't replied back to it, but I will be confirming either tonight or tomorrow morning that, yeah, I'm good. Let's do it. I mean, 4-wheel. Not gonna say it's never happened. Mistakes happen, okay? Mistakes happen. Oh. Yeah. Oh, wow. Chainlink Labs declined, but their email is really, like, cool, man. We understand this may be disheartening news, but make sure to keep applying to opportunities that align with your goals, and don't let this setback discourage you. Yeah, Chainlink Labs, really cool. It was for integrations tooling. I think I would have fucking killed it in that role. Sorry for the swearing. I need to be better about the swearing. I think I would have actually killed it in an integrations tooling role. So that's a shame. I think I would have been a really good fit for that, actually. I thought it was for dev advocate, and I was like, yeah, you know, I get it. But integration tooling? Oh, man. Oh, it's better than a ghost. Like, the best companies reply. The ones that ghost you are a problem. Never heard anything back from Netflix. Could you imagine how many people apply to Netflix, though? Like, they got a lot on their plate. I don't blame them. They got a lot on their plate. I also didn't reach out to anybody about maybe getting my foot in the door. I could have. I probably should have, but I didn't. Seriously, like, messaging someone to, like, give you a referral is a pretty big thing. Some people I feel like I messaged and they forgot, and that's fine too. Again, it's not their job to make sure I get a job. At other things, not at Netflix. Before anybody starts making assumptions. No. There's nobody I messaged at Netflix. I definitely should have, but I didn't. It's fine. Like, dude, there's so many devs out there looking for jobs. Like, yeah, it's a buyer's market. No. So one person I reached out to responded, but it was like over holiday break for a totally different company. I think I'd be a good fit for the thing, but, you know, Stuff happens. They're also a large company, so maybe they even did it and I just haven't heard anything back. Again, not a big deal. Doesn't affect the company or how I view the company in any way. Doesn't affect how I view the other person either. Nope. You can't take that kind of stuff personally. It just, you know, it's not healthy. And it's such a small world dev-wise that just because it didn't work out now doesn't mean it won't in the future. I mean, I've done that a few times. Those companies know who they are. But I try to refrain. Because it doesn't help me at all. It just makes me more and more, like, unhireable. Complaining about not getting hired on social media is also not a great idea. Like, really, not a great idea. I would heavily encourage one person I consider a friend to stop posting about their negativity on social media. That kind of negativity breeds negativity. Yes, I understand they need a job. They don't want to be homeless. But complaining about your interview process is really not a good idea. Here on Twitch, I can say whatever I want, but I still try not to, right? There's only a few companies I will shame. And that list is actually shrinking. All right, but here's our next step. And I really like the idea that we no longer need to worry about interacting with our data management layer at the component level. This is actually huge. Yeah, that's awesome, Akavenge. I would say don't get into game development. Game developers are massively exploited. Just listen to Pirate Software and his description of his time at Blizzard. His time at Blizzard is actually indicative of most game studios. Constant crunch, constant churn, because they know they can just hire some wide-eyed, brand new developer out of college to do basically the amount of work they need, and they can grind them to the core and make them work 80-hour work weeks. That's EA, that's Blizzard, that's basically every major game studio. Most of them even actually start doing layoffs when a game launches if they don't have something to push you onto, because the maintenance period for a large AAA game involves way less work and effort than launching a new game, which is why most studios need to have a new game in the pipeline immediately after launching another. Look at not Infinite Red, sorry. Look at the company behind The Witcher. I'm forgetting their name right now. It has red in the name, right? Look at Rockstar. They always need a game in the pipeline. Otherwise, they need to do layoffs because their overhead isn't going towards anything. CD Projekt Red. There we go. I knew it had red in the name. All right. But yeah, right? CD Projekt Red will always have another large project in the pipeline. They did after Cyberpunk, right? They definitely have something large in the pipeline that they probably just haven't shouted out about for a while. I could actually imagine a Witcher MMO. That is the way to do it. Yeah, make an indie game on your own time if you're passionate about game making. For sure. There are massive games out there that have done that exact thing. Right? Braid? I think Braid was made by like 5 people. Pirate Software's game. How many people actually worked on that game? I'd be curious. I would be really curious to know. Yeah, indie games are totally viable on your own time, but make sure you have a job that pays you money and don't rely on the game to, like, you know, hit the lottery, basically. It is unlikely your game is going to hit the lottery. Right, the original Minecraft, made by one dude, right? It's one of those things that is possible, but you need such a good idea. And you need to have the ability to make all of your dreams come true for that project. If you need to outsource a lot of work, it's not a good idea because that's money out of your pocket that you have to pay someone. Nova Drift. I'm not familiar with Nova Drift. Heartbound is 3 people? Okay, so Thor the dev, Shay the art, and Stein the music. All right, so yeah, Heartbound. They made it work. They made it happen. But man, they got real lucky. And I think a big part of his success is Thor was developing most of Heartbound live on Twitch, right? So he's able to get the name out there in such a way that a lot of people, game devs specifically, can't unless they're live streaming the process. Yeah, that's fine, Akavenge, but get a job that pays you well, doing something tangential to what you're doing, understanding the entire dev process. I don't think Thor could have been the solo dev for Heartbound without his time at other studios. I don't think he could have done it. Tim Bodette makes games on Twitch. Yeah, he hasn't blown up yet. He definitely should. He definitely deserves to. Irish John Games, or Gaming, or whatever, right? That dude definitely deserves to blow up. Kills it. Builds in public, though. And so many people wouldn't have any idea about their games if they weren't streaming it. So yeah, I think the biggest thing is don't count on the game actually paying all your bills. There are very few devs that can actually do that, especially indie devs. But you do have that chance of, bam, lightning striking, and you nail it, right? You have a niche, you have a market, and people actually want to play it beyond just supporting you. And there's some, like, marketing hype that has drummed up something for it. Lana, also, does almost all of her game dev on stream, right? Lana kills it. Lana is the game dev equivalent of what I do, I think. Just building passion projects completely from start to finish live in front of people. Yeah, I massively respect Lana's, like, work ethic and how much time she puts into those things. Lana Lux. Looks like she hasn't streamed since New Year's. She's enjoying a couple days off. She streams, I think, more than I do. Not if you count my other stream, but yeah, counting this stream, I think she streams more than I do. Massive respect. Yes, she uses Unity quite a bit. Yep. Yeah, her work ethic is amazing. All right, back to what we're doing. Yeah, Adam's awesome. Yeah, he's one of my favorite streamers for sure. He's part of my inspiration for streaming. Right? I had heard about other streamers doing it. I had seen like a Rust dev streaming like the development of Diesel, right? The ORM. I had seen, I think, a couple other people somewhat famous streaming. And then I hopped on to like Adam's stream when I was first starting out, and he was doing exactly what I wanted to do, just building a side project, having a bunch of people hanging out while he did it. Yeah, Adam is a huge inspiration. And he's actually like a really legitimate and cool dude. He's showed up to Bellevue JS just to show his support when I was giving a presentation at it. That's awesome, man. Yeah, he's a very authentic, awesome individual. He doesn't beat around the bush. He knows exactly who he is. Like, yeah, he's one of the most authentic people I've met. He'll happily say, yeah, I get it, that game's just not for me, rather than like placating people. He's very honest about like, yeah, some of those meetups just aren't for me. I get it, for the same reason like the SOBA meetup, right? Seattle Online or Open Broadcaster Association or something. Dude, that meetup. It's mainly Twitch people. You go there, and for some reason, small Twitch streams think that getting other streamers to watch you is a thing that's worth pitching you on. Every single conversation you have there feels like a pitch deck for why you should watch their stream. The people that aren't pitching you on their stream are the ones that are actually worth talking to. Other streamers are not your target audience. Stop shilling. Like, just stop. So yeah, that's like the worst part about SOBA. You get people pitching you as if you're a potential viewer. No. Oh, Adam has notes. Yeah. Yeah, Adam's note-taking skills are better than his dev skills, and he's a really good dev. I don't even know if that's technically TOS there, four-wheel. But it is a thing in which, like, most streamers would not be happy about it. Right? So yeah, self-promotion in other streams, definitely, I don't know if it's TOS, but it's definitely not cool. Unless someone asks you, hey, are you going live soon? Don't say you're going live soon. I know there are people that have asked me that in their chat, to which I'll say, yeah, totally. No, it's not TOS. It's just bad, like, it's impolite, you know? It's scummy. Most streamers will ban you for it, yes. It's not TOS, it's just rude, yeah. Not TOS behavior, just POS behavior, yeah. It's distasteful, but it's not against the rules. Yeah, exactly. It's a bannable offense, but not a reportable offense. But yeah, there are some people that will hop into a stream and then do the... When someone asks, hey, what are you up to? Their response is, oh, not much, just chilling before I start streaming 20 minutes. Like, they're only hopping into other people's streams to hype up their stream that they're about to start. How many other streams do you think they do it in? Probably a bunch. Just so scummy. And they think that they're being clever when they do it. Yeah, they think they're being clever. As if we haven't seen it. Like a dozen or a million dozen times, you know? Like, it's like they think we're stupid or something. Like they're the first person to think that's a good technique. Yeah, it's as old as the tab comments. I remember when Melky was even first starting, when he had like 30 to 40 people in his chat, him commenting on the people that say that. Yeah, man, like, it's kind of crazy, actually. If you're a regular, I'll allow it. But if you only ever chat about how you're going live soon, I don't know, man. I don't know. But real quick, Sondalot and Muratowski, thank you for the follows. Welcome. All right, let's actually get to some of this. For the chapter, for creating a new chapter, right? What we want to do right here is as we create a new snippet, we just want to set fetch timestamp date.now. We actually do end up needing chapter cred. All right, so the delete right here. I mean, we're going to be using tools for speech to text. We wanted to use whisper.cpp compiled to WASM. We ran into issues with that. I'd like to actually dig back into why that failed, but that's not our main focus right now. With what we're doing, we're going to end up using a thing called Pico Voice. Pico Voice actually does a bunch of that, like speech to text and like even wake words and a whole bunch of stuff. Like they're pretty much like the all-in-one speech to text and like speech solution for applications. We're gonna give Pico Voice a try just for fun. I might even try and reach out to them for like a sponsored stream or something, but probably not. We'll just use it anyway. Because what we're doing doesn't require any kind of server-side rendering. This is a local-first web app. There's not even going to be a server involved. It's just going to be the static assets and what lives within your browser. That said, I don't actually have a good use case for RSCs in any major way. Either I'm building a static app that is just statically rendered, or I'm building a dashboard where I don't care about server-side rendering. The use case for server-side rendering is actually the edge case of most applications. So I don't think RSCs and Next or any other server-side rendered focused framework has any place in what I do day to day. It's the edge case. There are absolutely apps that need it, but it's not the common case. Because of new server-client communication paradigm, but it isn't. RSCs are only important when you need server-side rendering. Most apps don't need that. If you're making a dashboard, the user's okay with a loading screen. If you're making a static site, the user is okay with static data being hydrated with more recent data. The only case I see RSCs being useful is the Shopify edge case, right? E-commerce. Making sure that your inventory number is accurate. Things like that. So I get that sound a lot, but in a large enough application, that's actually a terrible idea. Again, like in the apps that make sense, they are the edge case of applications that you're going to typically make. So far, I haven't found a need to solve for that problem. If you're making a marketplace, yes, you need server-side rendering because you don't want to statically render every page every time someone adds some thing, right? You can still get around that by only building what you need when you need it. But yeah, for marketplaces and e-commerce, server-side rendering is important. For everything else, it's not that important. And the majority of the web is not actually e-commerce. The majority of the web is not actually marketplaces. That's my take on it. I could be wrong. Vercel has a vested interest in encouraging you to use servers because they make their money off servers. They don't make money off static sites. Yeah. Oh, am I gonna get sued for calling them Vercel? Right? Can I not say their name without their permission? Yeah, right? Are they gonna Rust Foundation me? TM? The Oxidized Foundation. Ooh, so Soundalot, the only tip I would have is build in public. Stream it, man. There are people that know about Vexilla only because I stream it, but there are people that are actually planning on using Vexilla because they found out about it from me streaming it. Yeah, you should have been building and marketing your open source in public for the past year, since you started it. If it's for developers, yeah, like you should be promoting to other developers, making YouTube content, making blog posts, making stream content about it. Yeah, man. Most of the side projects I've ever made wouldn't have a single person using the tool unless I streamed myself making it, which I did. HTML Biscuits is only at the number it's at because I streamed myself making it. Oh yeah, for sure, Aldous. I wasn't saying they don't. I'm just saying that's outside of the scope of what I'm doing. I'm just consuming a tool that does so. I'm just consuming Pico Voice or Whisper, right? Whisper is an LLM, right? It is machine learning for sure. But my knowledge and like my need to understand how it's doing it doesn't matter. I'm just looking for a thing that takes in audio and outputs text. At that point, it's a black box. I'm just looking for any black box that fills that void. So at that point, Aldous, yeah, sorry, like even if I am doing that, you're not gonna learn much from my consuming a tool that does that stuff. Because I'm just treating it like a black box that takes in audio and outputs text. The middle part there does not matter to me. I don't care at all. Absolute zero. Not what I need. So whether I'm using deep learning or machine learning doesn't matter to me. I'm using a tool that's using those things. So yeah, Sondalot, it's so hard to get over yourself and get rid of the imposter syndrome. Why? You've seen people flail and do terribly live streaming, right? And it wasn't even you. Did you look down upon that person for making mistakes, or did you realize that that's just the process? The biggest streamers on this platform make mistakes all the time. And I don't even mean me, I mean the biggest ones. Yeah, man. Here's the worst part. Some of the biggest ones don't even do the hard part in front of you. They work on their side projects off stream, and then you get to watch them do like the, you know, low-hanging fruit. I find that a bit disingenuous. Oh, I get it, Sondalot. I think the biggest thing is you need to start streaming now, because by the time you've solved that problem for yourself internally, you're already behind because you're going to expect that you're going to get an audience from the start. Nah, man, you're going to start out streaming to like 3 people. Max. You're not going to start out streaming to dozens of people and have to worry about it. You're going to start out streaming to 3 people. And at that point, do you care what 3 people think about you? Probably not. So it's like, you know, a boiling of the frog. Even though it's not technically true, that parable of the frog is wrong, the metaphor for it is accurate for a lot of things, right? So if you don't know the parable of the frog and the boiling water, right? If you were to take a frog and throw them into boiling water, they would jump out immediately because it's too hot. Instead, you put the frog in tepid water and turn the heat up gradually over time, and it will simply sit there and let itself be boiled to death. Technically, that's not true. The frog jumps out when it gets too hot. But instead, as a metaphor for gradual change over time, it is so accurate, right? Introducing change over time, right? Sort of like Netflix pricing, sort of like any of that stuff. You get people in with an introductory offer, they get used to paying it, and then you just jump the price up. Did y'all actually do that frog experiment? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Right? The frog jumps out, don't they? But as a parable and as a metaphor, it's incredibly powerful. In fact, the frog's gonna jump out anyway, just because it doesn't like being confined to a space with a bunch of people looking at it. It'll jump out before it's too hot. But as a parable and as a metaphor, it is incredibly useful to describe gradual change over time. And how if you change gradually enough, most people don't even realize it. Oh, thank you for those bits, Sondalot. Like, yeah, seriously. Am I saying your name right, too? I'd like to know if I'm doing that right. I do want to say, like, yes, if you want to advertise an open source thing that you've been building, stream is the #1 way to do it. And don't just stream here to Twitch, stream to YouTube, stream to Twitter, stream to anywhere that'll have you. making sure that you don't neglect one platform over the other, right? It's real easy to miss chats in one of them while you're focusing on the other. That's one of my biggest things for YouTube. I mess that up all the time. I feel like I've been good about it today, though, right? But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I got enough water, but I gotta pee. See you in a sec. Yes, they do, but you had to pull the frog out anyway. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe not a lot, but they're gonna want money, and I would say paying to promote an open source thing that isn't gonna generate you money is questionable. I would not ever use your own personal money for marketing like that. If you have investors, that's a different thing. There's an age-old adage for startups in general, right? Never use your own money on a startup. If you can't convince people to invest in it, it's probably not that good of an idea, right? If you can't convince people that want to make money off of it to invest money into it, how are you going to convince people that you want to take money from? So yeah, bootstrapping is something that you only do when you are so convinced that you'll be successful that other people naysaying it isn't going to matter. Very often, yeah, bootstrapping marketing like that is a bad idea. Bootstrapping development and covering those costs, totally a great idea. Tesla couldn't convince investors for, what is AC? Like air conditioning? Like, do you mean literally like air conditioning? Oh, alternating current. You mean literally Nikola Tesla. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. For a second, I thought you were talking about the car company. I was like, what? No. So part of Tesla's problems was Thomas Edison being a jerk. Thomas Edison was an absolute jerk about it. Thomas Edison's elephant test is actually the biggest problem that Tesla had. Yeah, exactly, Sonalot. I was like, wait, really? Teslas don't have AC? Yeah, exactly. Like my brain broke for a moment. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Thomas Edison is actually the biggest problem Tesla ever had. And Thomas Edison's a terrible human being. He's not like the indie inventor darling that a lot of people paint him up to be. He's actually the giant corporate inventor that squashed a lot of smaller inventors. Yeah, Thomas Edison's a terrible human being. I'm not saying he's stupid, but ethically, that dude sucked. He was so against AC because it would cost him money. Because DC power centers would have to be spaced like 6 miles apart. Whereas AC is much easier to transmit over long distances. He wasn't doing it for the good of the country, the good of the planet, the good of anybody but himself, because Edison was in it for the money. He was willing to destroy a better technology just for money. Ethically and morally bankrupt. His morals were shit too. Sorry for the language. Yeah, Thomas Edison's a terrible human being. But he's a smart dude. Without him, some things would have taken far longer to actually take wind, right? The light bulb. There were other people trying to make light bulbs too. But the way he treated his entire, like, I guess it's a factory, like an assembly line for invention. The way he exploited the people doing work for him that did work better than he could have. Yeah, like, dude, yeah. Thomas Edison, not someone to look up to. We can recognize what he did and also recognize that he sucked. All right, so we got our delete endpoint wired up. We got adding a new snippet wired up. What about renaming a snippet? We don't... Oh, we do have that. We just don't have anything for it. Ooh, that I'm not sure. Calamero. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one. Typically, the inode thing... I think that's usually fixed by a reboot. Because your file system is consuming inodes that may have actually been removed already, but somehow didn't propagate. Is it something where you can just introduce a reboot? Or not increase, but just like initiate a reboot? And does that solve your inode problem? I feel like only time I've run into the inode issue was actually like a bad like process. I think especially a bad process for like logging, where the file system wasn't cleaning up after it for some reason. Yeah, I'd simply say, like, you know, do your backups and do what you need to do, but a reboot should help. And other than that, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm assuming you're talking about on a server. If you're talking about like on a desktop, yeah, reboot should solve that. On a server, I'm pretty sure the way I've solved that is a reboot, but it's been a long time since I've had that bug. Dude, some of these tweets are crazy. All right. There we go. Is this a desktop or is it a server? Again, is this your desktop environment or is this a server environment? I really don't understand why your server environment would have that much of a problem. You might consider npkill. It's a VM on DigitalOcean. So how are you consuming that many inodes? I would really, really wonder how that's happening. How did you do that? There's no way your VM on DigitalOcean should be consuming that many inodes. You have some kind of runaway process going. I would clear out. Yeah. So you're not doing log rotation properly, and you're not backing up your logs on a regular basis. I would say start offloading your logs to some other kind of storage and start doing a proper log rotation. You need a process, a cron job most likely, that uploads all of your existing logs to S3 and clears them out, and then you just do proper log rotation of maintaining the most recent X amount, right? And then updating that to S3 on a cron job. That would be my recommendation. You don't need all those logs in perpetuity. You just don't. So yeah, figure out some like proper log rotation mechanism and backing up your logs somewhere. If you actually need them, do you need your logs for that though? My guess is there's a very reasonable period in which you just don't care about the logs anymore. So yeah, some type of log compaction and log archiving mechanism is, I think, what you need. That said, I don't know how to solve your exact problem right now if you can't even do an apt-get update. But I would say start culling logs that you don't need. Yeah, after 60 to 90 days, you should be able to delete logs or at least send them to something like, you know, Glacier or whatever, right? Like long-term storage on AWS, things like that. I think that's your biggest bet. If it is all logging stuff, you need better log rotation mechanisms and better backups of your logs. Not a bad question, though. I feel like there are people out here that benefited from hearing your problem and understanding how to fix it, maybe. That's tough, Zerk, because some industries require 90 days. If you're doing anything financial, you need 90 days, bare minimum, and you probably want even longer. Sure, makes sense, four-wheel. I get it. All right, so this would be... Oh, and hold on. Nope, this is wrong. Actually, on click for the rename, we want to pop open that modal, and it's actually one of these modals that we kind of already have. Yep, we're using Mantine. Ooh, stripping logs. Yeah, Steve-O, you're not wrong there. That's a good point, for sure. Yeah, very good point. You didn't see no provider. What are you even talking about? Did I click into main by accident? I don't think I did. Oh, I must have. I probably did click into main. Oops. You don't see the provider, you liar. You liar. I don't think I clicked into main, did I? Maybe I did. Yeah, I probably did by accident. Touche, you probably saw that. I just don't remember doing it. That's my brain. You smell that brain fart? That ain't good. Yeah, you do need to make sure that you, you scrub your logs of PII, for sure. That's actually incredibly important. Oh man, someone replied to one of my shorts? Aw. Hell yeah, I'm gonna give that a thumbs up. Sound a lot. Yeah, if I'm doing any like node backend, I'm using something like serverless based. The tool I typically use is Architect, but I'd love to make like an architect for Rust. Technically, the people behind shuttle.rs are probably working on it, but I don't know. Haven't dealt with their framework yet. Not sure how much they like spin out and handle themselves. I'm pretty sure with Rust, you don't have to worry about the size of your payload as much, so you could actually ship every endpoint with a single serverless function, and you'd be fine. With Node, that gets a little heavy, but it's still not that big a deal. And if you're doing container-based stuff, then you're probably fine completely. But I want to build something that does basically the shuttle RS thing, but more like the arc.codes thing, and then I just abstract out the arc.codes thing for Rust. Because Rust backends are incredibly fast. Let's go look at the app, right? Serverless Lambda cold start. And this is it. This is totally it. Nope, that's not it. It is this person, right? Mikhail. But no, it's a different thing. It's definitely Mikhail. I think he has a visualizer for these things. He's got a lot of like good examples of this. Yeah, those aren't it. Damn. I need to bookmark his thing. Cold start visualization. Does he link to the thing he made? That would be so much better. Nope. It's this dude. He made a tool. He has it. This is it. Oh no, it's someone else. It starts with M. I was wrong though. It's Max Day. So bam, this is how you can visualize cold start times per language, right? Let's say ARM64 and an image rather than a zip. It doesn't matter, right? Like look at how much faster some of these things are with their cold starts. You could be dealing with 10 extra milliseconds for a cold started C++ or a cold started Rust. Like that is huge. 11 milliseconds ain't nothing. And that's the cold start. Your other start is 1 millisecond-ish. When we look at Node, boom, right? 100 millisecond cold start time, 9 milliseconds while fresh. Pretty rough. You can definitely optimize by increasing the size of your lambdas, but realistically, still using Rust is the move. Right? The cold start times here are incredibly reasonable. Right? So C++ or Rust and you're good to go. Using Go, you're less good to go. No pun intended. Mr. Ned, sorry. Super boring. We're not going to deal with those comments. You're number 494. Where would you have drawn the line? Well before 494, right? I did see a little bit of that, Ethan. I'm still not sure how that ends up working out. But it does seem cool. I just haven't used it. I've only read about it. And again, Chris McCord is the author of Phoenix, the framework for Elixir. No, but you can at least acknowledge and recognize the fact that we're tired of it, and maybe you just accept the fact that you made the same exact comment that at least almost 500 people have made, and we haven't even counted every single one. You're not supposed to be magically aware, but you're simply supposed to understand that we're not going to allow that as a comment anymore. So you could have a little bit of empathy, or we can just recognize that you don't need to be talked to anymore. That's up to you. I'm using a little bit of empathy by informing you of that rather than just timing you out. It is rare that someone's first comment is about that and they're a fun person to talk to. But I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. It depends on a lot. I'm still using Node.js and arc.codes for most of my APIs because the cold start time is not enough for me to go away from the infrastructure and tools that I built around it. None of dev is a zero-sum game. Just do what you're used to and make what you want and recognize the trade-offs. Don't do it just because I'm doing it. Think for yourself. Question authority. There you go. Boom. Just gave you a plan for life. You can get that same thing with OpenAPI. That said, I'm not here to convince you. I don't care what you do. So do it or don't. I don't care, but you can get all of that with OpenAPI. I'm having lemonade. So, Mr. Ned, are you even still out there? Or did we scare you off? It does seem like they got really bummed out that they got called out for their low effort comment. It's a heuristic. They got hit by the heuristic. I think rightfully so. They have nothing else to add to chat other than their terribly low effort comment. Bye. Hold on, let me double check this part. Ah, yep, I knew it. So they do a bit of destructuring and they do a bit of other stuff. Yeah, except for the fact, Zerk, that you'll feel the need to refactor your Vim configuration once every 6 months. Right? Right? You're on a once a week refactoring your Vim config budget. I get that. That's brutal. It's a small price to pay, except for all the time. Yeah, there should be a way to highlight your GraphQL files, for sure. Oh, TreatStater has a GraphQL grammar? You do it once a year in March. Sure, that's fine. The Ides of March. The IDEs of March. Oh, nailed it. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Curran, is that why you do it? Is it an IDEs of March thing? Is it like an Ides of March, like, play on words? Please tell me you did that on purpose. Oh, I really hope so. You can lie to me. I don't mind being lied to every once in a while. No, but now it is. Damn right. Yeah, that's an IDEs of March thing. The official month in which you're supposed to refactor your Vim config. Patent pending. Straight to Twitter with that one. Yeah, exactly. I'm really proud of that one. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, so hold on. You have to give me just a sec. I need to actually go thaw some chicken. I want to make some ramen tonight. I think it'll be really good. Yeah. I'm going to make some ramen tonight. Damn right. Yeah, that was a good one. I nailed it. Woo! We straight up state dropping here, man. Okay, I'm back. Had to use the restroom. Sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna have some ramen tonight. It'll be good. Gotta get the chicken thawed. And yeah, like the ramen's super easy to make. It's just, I got a can of chicken broth. I add ginger, some soy sauce, garlic, and onion powder to that chicken broth, and I heat that up. I wouldn't say it's dead forever, but it's, I don't know, a thing that I'm holding on to. We'll use it eventually. I wouldn't say forever. But yeah, I do the broth on its own. It is the best BRB screen on Twitch. It's less family friendly though. Yes, I also add miso paste. You're totally right. Yep. Yeah, so I add miso paste, garlic and onion powder, some soy sauce, and some ginger. And then I just cook up the chicken separately, slice it, throw it in. If I'm feeling froggy, I'll do some like green onions and some like soft-boiled egg. But I'm pretty lazy. When I have when I have spinach, I'll add some spinach. I don't typically have spinach though. But yeah, it's a pretty solid, easy ramen meal. I'm gonna have to be careful of the miso I have. It's old enough that like the top part does kind of like tend to grow some moldiness. But I can just scrape that off, dump it, use a new spoon, and grab like the miso that isn't harmed by it. It's like the top part of the miso pouch. I just need to get some fresh miso, technically. It's old enough that I could get some new miso and I'd be fine. Like, miso is fermented though, so it keeps for quite a long time. Laptop doesn't matter, Akavench. Nah, doesn't matter. Most of the stuff that you're gonna be doing, you can actually put into a VM and be fine. If someone else is gonna pay for it, get a MacBook. If you're having to pay for it, get anything. Because you can always run a VM for some Linux stuff. That's not a problem. A lot of colleges actually still teach a lot of like Windows dependent stuff. And how you doing? Duct Tape DevOps. Hold on. I saw you shout out and chat a little earlier. I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me look at this so that no one feels bad. Let's double check. All right. We'll start it off with this one. Just, yeah. We freed up one of these slots, so there we go. English only, please, Rafiq. But yeah, Duct Tape, Mr. Sir, welcome, VIP of the Bong Table. Yeah, we're definitely gonna deny that exact amount of Ks here in chat. English only, please. I'm gonna assume that you're from Brazil or something like that, because that's how y'all laugh. But that's on you. No worries, Duct Tape. Dude, yeah, that was a great stream, man. I especially appreciated the sipping on your beverage. Right? The burp and then the sip right after, like, oh, that tasted terrible. Way better. Yeah, for sure. Felt real appropriate. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, good stream, man. Yeah, solid stuff, dude. I lurked as long as I could. And yeah, good raid chain. You raided Matisse. Matisse is awesome. Yeah, he's a good dude. Getting some fun stuff done finally? Hell yeah, man. Yeah, that was a good stream, man. Sorry, Thayed. The person that was here that we called out previously, hold up, what was their name again? Mr. Netinator. If you're still out there, Matisse was the first dev you followed? Yeah, I got to meet him at TwitchCon. It was awesome. He's a super cool dude. I got to meet his brother at a thing just this past year. Yeah, Matisse is awesome. I really did think he was going to be taller, though. I think most people think I'm going to be taller, too, so I get it. Thayed, you're number 495. Where would you have drawn the line and been tired of those comments about tabs? Probably way before 495, right? The fact that you've been here before, you've been banned before, actually. I don't know, man. Kind of questionable. The fact that you don't follow right now is also kind of questionable. Right? You fought and asked for an unban request, and you're not even following? Extra questionable. So I don't think you're sorry. I don't even believe you. You're just saying what you think we want to hear. Thank you for the follow. Oh, really, Akavenge? I'm exactly my dad's height. I'm basically a clone of my dad. I just have blonde hair instead. Being the tallest also sucks. How many things have you had to, like, reach for in the past, like, year? Oh, that's not so bad, Akavenge. 4 inches ain't nothing. Just simply remember that you can probably beat him up and you're good to go. Heyo! Yeah, exactly. And also not that much to some people at the same time. Ooh, that's fine, Akavenge. He still complains about his back, doesn't he? He can lift as much as he wants. He still wakes up feeling old. That's your advantage. He's pretty old. My statement did not actually care about his actual age. He still wakes up feeling old, doesn't he? As someone who's 39, I wake up feeling old. Your dad does too. Touche. A lot of people wake up feeling old. Just remember, Akavenge, it gets so much worse. It gets so much worse. Oh, you sweet summer child. You think this is what feeling old feels like? Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh, you sweet summer child. Nah, stretching has actually been proven to not be that effective. Flexibility is worthwhile, but stretching before being active does not actually change the amount of injury you'll get. Warming up your muscles in any way is worthwhile, but stretching actually does more harm than just general calisthenics. Yeah, I get that, duct tape. Yeah, general flexibility is worthwhile. You know what you could actually do? Just start doing a stretch as you're going to sleep at night. Yeah, you got that lower back tension. You lay in bed, you get your back flat, and then you do the stretch where you turn over with your hips and you pop your lower back that way. You do it right and left, and you're good to go. I had to do that one at during my entire 20s as a snowboard bum. That's actually not a big deal. You do that before going to sleep, you're going to wake up feeling like roses. Seriously. Just do that one back stretch and pop, and you're good to go. That said, you should probably also make sure that you're obeying proper posture while you're sitting in your chair all day long. If you're not doing that one right, yeah, no amount of stretching your back and popping it is going to help because you're sitting wrong the entire time. So instead, make sure your butt is to the back corner of your chair and your entire back is resting upon the backrest of your chair. If you're not doing those two things, yeah, you might as well just give up and, give yourself a curly Q question mark back spine anyway, If you're not going to put in the effort to sit right, you're never going to have the energy to like put in the effort to stand right. Yeah, proper desk technique. And it really does involve putting your butt to the back of your chair. And when you drive in your car, putting your butt to the back of your chair. There's so many people out there that have really bad driving posture that actually messes up their back more so than their bad sitting posture in their desk chair. If you drive 2 hours a day with bad back posture, yeah, you're doing harm. Sit properly. You can recline, but get your butt to the corner of your seat. If you're not doing that, you're messing up. Yeah, driving posture is massively important. Light up. Right now, I am currently unemployed, but I'm interviewing at various roles. The company I was at, yes, I was a senior front-end engineer, leading a team of 3, including me. Previous to that, leading another team of, blank, right? But small teams typically. And before that, leading small teams at another company. So yeah, like leading small front-end teams is really my bread and butter. Right now, I'm trying to work into DevRel or full stack, so it's easier to interview for future full stack roles. I am full stack in everything I do in most of the side projects you see me make, but my resume does not speak to the full stack aspect of what I do. And typically the first interview with HR, they only ask you about what you've done professionally. They don't care about side projects. So yes, I'd like to get a proper full stack role on my resume at this point, just to make it easier to interview for full stack roles in the future. Light up. If you think AI is a problem, I really question what you do. Do you think AI could do your job? Whether you're back end or front end, do you think AI could do your job? Nah, no way. So I question what you're even doing if you think AI could do your job. For AI to take my job, the product owners would actually have to know exactly what they want. They'd have to be able to articulate exactly what dev needs to do to accomplish their product goals. I think we all know our jobs are safe at that point, right? Has product ever known exactly what needs to be done? Nope. They rely on other people to do that for them. So if your job is automatable because product knows exactly what they're doing, well then yeah, your job is actually like really, really on the chopping block. But does product know what they're talking about? No, they don't. Not at all. Never. Never will be the case. I'd say product's job is actually more automatable. Because all they do is take in the spec from the client and deliver it to the engineers. What is it you would say you do here? Well, engineers aren't people, right? So I take the thing from people and bring it to the engineers, right? Yeah, you're basically talking about that exact scene in Office Space. What is wrong with you people? Right? If product knew what they were talking about, sure, AI would be a danger to our jobs. But product does not know what they're talking about. As long as we have that assumption about the entire dev process, we're good to go. Yeah, steel-toed, 1000%. Right? No executive wants to take the blame for a bad feature. They'd rather blame the devs and them not implementing the feature as the executives saw it being implemented. They're looking for scapegoats. Product needs a scapegoat to function as they do. Right? Yeah, problem solved, man. All of these separations of layers are actually due to separations of liability. Do you think that separation of liability will ever disappear? Nope. Nope. That separation of liability is actually fundamental to business continuing as usual. Doesn't matter if they think they can optimize away our jobs. That means they're on the hook for a bad implementation. They'll never accept that liability. Ever. So they're going to pay someone to take the liability for the bad feature. That's us as devs. How we do that, whether AI helps us do that or not, that's still just our job. Yeah, we are the expendable thing that obviously the founder and product team couldn't have messed up, so it must be the developer's fault. Couldn't possibly be product asking for a feature that nobody actually wanted. That would never be the case, right? Double wink. That's never happened. Double wink. Yeah, product has as much knowledge of the process as we do. Yeah, product is actually the problem. Developers mess up too, but product is often the root of every issue. Hey, here's this thing that we need yesterday that absolutely needs to be shipped or we're going to churn this client. Has that actually been the case every single time you've evaluated it? Has that actually been the case in any organization you've ever worked at? Or is product simply coming up with a justification for their job that automatically evaluates to needing dev work done for a thing rather than poor sales? Bad product development will sink a company, absolutely. Again, keep in mind, I'm not talking about the previous company I worked at. I think product team at the previous company nailed it. They were doing exactly what they needed. I've worked at other companies in which product totally blew it. Most recent company is not an example of what I'm talking about right now. Let me just point that out. But there are absolutely companies like that. And we've all dealt with them. And it sucks. I look like Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future? Hey, I've seen this one before. How? It's a new episode. So not Traxxas. Yeah, that's the biggest thing I say to most of my haters. They might hate me, but they come back eventually because I'm somewhat entertaining and I'm always here. When their favorite streamers are not here, I'm still here. When the streamers they're hoping would really last and keep giving like content to them decide to do something else, I'm still here. If anything of my past 5.5 years of streaming has taught me, like, if anything, is that streamers don't last. The ones that do last have perspective. The people I ban, I expect to actually see again at some point once they realize that I'm still here. And whatever they thought was going to usurp me actually gave up real quick. I don't think a lot of the most toxic individuals out there realize how much they actually grate on the people they actually want to succeed. No offense, Trax, I don't know specifically what your original handle was or any of that stuff. I don't even know for a fact that you were banned, but I just want to say real quick, the fact that you're making that comment probably means that you were banned, right? Like your first comment hints at the fact that you were banned at one point. It's not the hardest puzzle to solve, man. You gave us every piece we needed to put it together. Yeah, the average Twitch career is actually far less than 5 years. Like, way less than 5 years. I would say the majority of Twitch streamers are about 2 years. Look at Rock's Codes. That dude was successful, and he only made it 3. He only made it 3 years before he started realizing that he wasn't gaining the value he wanted from Twitch streaming. Now, granted, he wouldn't have the dev that he has maintaining his project. He wouldn't have the audience for it and the marketing for it without streaming it. So I predict Rock's Codes will be streaming here again soon. Because he'll recognize that he can't build a business without it. Not for free. Yeah, you don't do Twitch for the money. Nobody does. A little bit Traxxas, right? Like, they eventually get tired, but because their motivations are not building the thing. Part of my motivation is I don't work on any of the stuff you see me work on off of stream. I don't touch any of this stuff off stream. All progress you've ever seen me make on any project I work on stream has been done on stream. So that keeps me motivated. Because if I could just work on it off stream, why would I stream? I don't know, man. But that is my number one thing that keeps me productive and wanting to stream. I don't remember how I got on your case about that before. Ooh, yeah, Traxxas, you're right. Yeah, Walleter is seriously. Yeah, the wallet abstraction is actually my most viable business. I just want to launch Vexilla to production and start a services company for it, and then we're right back to Walter. I think Walter is actually my most commercially viable thing I've made. I totally agree with you, 1000%. Yep, you're totally right. Okay, so I get that duct tape. Again, we all know I'm a jerk from time to time. That was definitely one of my jerk moments. I'm sorry. It might have been the way you said it. I don't know. I'm not gonna qualify that in any way. I'm gonna say I was probably a jerk about it. Blaming the lemonade would be really easy, but instead, no, it's me. Right? I get it. It's me. That's who I am. I don't think it's a thing I need to change or worry about yet. Marty, we gotta go back. It's your parents. Yeah, so Light Up, if I showed you my hairline, you'd say I'm Doc Brown at this point. So I'm both Marty and Doc Brown at the same time. That's science right there. Is Marty Doc Brown on a different timeline? And that's why he cares so much? Did we just cut through the core of Back to the Future? Doc Brown is Marty. Doc Brown is Marty from a future timeline trying to make sure things go right. I feel like I'm really happy and proud of that now. I think we just nailed it. I think we just cut through the core of Back to the Future. Yeah, Doc Brown is Marty. I think we nailed it. Woo! We all did this together, team. We're going to schedule this tweet. Oh, I'll do it to Threads and Blue Sky. Yeah, for sure. This is the thing that makes me famous on Blue Sky, right? Obviously. Oh, one person said Doc is Marty's son. I don't think they realize that Doc is Marty. I think that's absolutely the case. Yep. We just nailed it. Good job, team. We did this together. Yeah, it's like predestination. Exactly, the breads. Spoiler alert, by the way. I've never actually seen the movie, but I've read the spoiler. Martis, is it an old theory? I've never heard it. We just came up with it. Whether it's old or not, we nailed it. We came up with it in a vacuum. That's how you know it's a good theory. Because more people are coming up with it in a vacuum rather than knowing about the theory. Marty is Doc, and Doc is Marty. Just different timeline. Boom. Nailed it. Woo! Nailed it. Yeah, so Martis, even if that's a thing, I don't care. I don't care, man. It came up today in a separate conversation, too. Yeah, we developed the theory independently, which gives it more credence. Yeah, I wouldn't give any hope to getting back that tape deck or the credence. But real quick, I need more water. Give me a second. Ooh, duct tape. Yeah, right? Ideas are so cheap that the idea you just had, at least one other person in the world has probably had too. And I've had that thought since I was in like elementary school. Which kind of hints at like how I became such a messed up individual, doesn't it? But real quick, BRB, let's go use the restroom. It's almost like the, she's 1 in a million, which means there's at least 100 of her right now today. Yeah, Nori's light up. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Anthony, thank you for that follow as well. Yeah, we do our thing. We chat. We hang out. No big deal. We rant, we rave, we sometimes get code done. Just do exclamation point song and you get a link to it, man. Oh, never mind. My bot crashed. Well, yeah, I might have lied. Hold on. There you go. Try one more time. I mean, come on. It was working on my timeline. Let's check out Sheev's post. We're gonna like it no matter what. If he mentions me, boom, nailed it. Yeah, he gets a retweet. Ooh, no comment? Ooh. No saying I'm the inspiration for them streaming? Alright, well, okay. No, no, no. They're a good person. They're super chill. Interesting. Interesting. Aw, bedtime bear, Mr. Sir. I'm your inspiration to drink whiskey and go golfing, right? Obviously. Duh. And I mean that in that exact order. Drink whiskey first and then go golfing, right? You might go golf and then drink whiskey. No, no, no. This is drinking whiskey and then going golfing. I am the sole inspiration for that one. I know that. That's me. I own that one. Yeah, if I saw myself in clothes like that, I'd have to kick my own butt. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the swearing. Come on. Here's the thing, Bedtime Bear. If I get an IRL set up, we should totally do a 5-iron live stream. You might find a niche. I mean, yeah, let's do it. Fine, I guess. Yeah, I need an IRL setup at this point. Yeah, duh. We need to set one of those up. Yeah, they're a bit spendy, but I think it'd be worth it. Especially like in a place with Wi-Fi or at least like good connections. Hey, Wimpy's World. What were you doing? Yeah, thank you for the raid. Yeah, around under $200 for an IRL setup. Yeah, we can do it, man. Bring a laptop and a camera? Yeah, under Wi-Fi would be good. Yeah, the problem with trying to like live stream some of that golf stuff is like for something like 5-iron, you're probably in like the basement, and basements are really bad for connectivity. Crashing OBS midstream with buggy code. How? What were you doing? What did you do? Yeah, for some reason, Wimpies. I feel like I'm remembering that you had like a car icon for your main like Twitch thing. Hold on, let me look. Nope, that is not what I was thinking. Nope, never mind. I was wrong. I'm thinking of someone totally different. That's the same icon I remember you having. Yep, never mind. I was wrong. Managed to mess up some Lua in an OBS script, and oof. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, so Traxxas, I have no idea. Yep, no clue. Not sure. Yeah, Wimpies, if you have the bandwidth for it, I would recommend getting a second channel that you could stream to from your dev machine that consumes the thing you're messing with. And then your main stream is not harmed by it, and then you're just dealing with like a secondary channel that you're streaming to as well. That's probably the move. As long as your internet bandwidth can actually maintain that. So that's like the tricky part. You were feeling brave. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That is, oh, what is the term for it? Damn it. Why am I spacing on the term for it? In The League. You ever watch the show The League? Hubris. Hubris. Yeah. There's Jenny who has a specific type of hubris. Yeah, you had stream hubris. Yeah, we were roster baiting. For sure. Yeah, you had stream hubris. It happens, but yeah, you know, that's rough. Oh, man. I got these sneezes. Woo! Oh, there you go. Oh, man. Ugh. Oy. I don't think so. Nah, I just think it's, yeah, I don't know what caused that. That one's out of nowhere. I'm not typically an allergic person. I don't have that many allergies, etc. I do have some, and I will get, like, the itchy, like, you know, the histamine bumps on the arm randomly every once in a while. But I don't think that's what we're having right now. Not sure what, but, you know, just saying. I don't think that was a histamine issue. I think that was just a random sneeze. It happens. Oh, shit. I don't know how I just clicked into this, but someone had, like, someone just followed me. And their name seemed interesting, so, you know, I clicked a thing. And then their first, like, retweeted thing was, just because he dated you for 7 years, it doesn't mean he will marry you. My uncle studied medicine for 6 years. Now he's a DJ. That's a solid tweet. I'm going to give that one a like. Well played. Good job. Nailed it. All right, so hold on. Here we are at 6 p.m. I probably need to go flip my chicken because I want to have ramen tonight. And it's going to be some solid ramen. But I need to make sure it thaws properly so I can cook it and make some ramen with it. Right? Like, easy. No big deal. When we look at what we're doing, and wait, what about that emote? Oh, like the F being wrong? Yeah, that seems like a chat GPT emote. Right? The F being like weird. Yeah, that seems a little weird. Little bit weird. Ooh, can I just shout out real quick, though? $20.95 public watch hours on YouTube. Thanks to all of y'all. Everyone lurking over on YouTube right now, you are a big part of that. Oh my God, you're the best. Thank you. Everyone hanging out who watches my YouTube videos when they can, thank you again. You're also killing it. This is huge. We're gonna hit that 4K way quicker than we expected. It's gonna require that I keep making YouTube videos. Because I actually want to curate the news crawl separately. In the future, the news crawl will actually end up going to a separate, like, YouTube channel, probably, right? I have a channel called CM Griffin Firehose that I don't publish to yet, but yeah, the news crawl will eventually go there, and I'll do like a recap, kind of like a video eventually, if I think it's worth it. I record the news crawl every time so I can actually like grab portions of it for sure. As far as Thor's YouTube Shorts life hack, he has editors. That's actually his biggest life hack. He has editors that extract out shorts for him, and then he can just approve the shorts. Yeah, the life hack he has is he's hired editors to do all that stuff for him. It's something I need to do eventually, but we're not there yet as content creators. Sorry, like, I'm just not there. I don't make a dime from my YouTube stuff yet. There's no way I can afford to pay someone for it until I'm employed again. I could do it as a category on the same channel, maybe. I actually plan on doing edits of what I do, and I record all of it so I can do that eventually. No, I get that, duct tape, but to me that seems exploitative. Right? I'm not trying to have someone do that for free. But I also don't want to pay someone to do it unless they're actually good at what they do. So it's like a chicken and egg problem. Oh, four-wheel. Yeah. Like, Twitch does that. That's no problem. And I'm going to have to actually download a couple streams to get, like, the VOD because I messed up doing the recording locally. The local recording is higher quality, for sure. That doesn't matter as much. The effort is in cutting things up and restructuring it for a short, and that requires massive effort to do so. I have recordings from every single news crawl for the past year. Easily. Enough so that I still have 500 gigs free. So a local recording is really not that much. I still have 500 gigs available for recordings. I typically don't use Premiere Pro. I'm using Blackmagic's DaVinci Resolve. It's fine, right? Like, technically, if you want to wire up to After Effects to do stuff, Premiere is the only tool that does that in a really clean, ergonomic way. DaVinci would benefit massively from an After Effects integration. The fact that they're not prioritizing that is actually a huge bummer. Out of 2 terabytes. This is a 2 terabyte drive. I have 500 gigs available still. Yeah, four-wheel. Like, all of the data and, like, VODs I have saved from that are from since I last updated my stream PC. Ooh, not in a major way there, Traxxas, but I would like to start working on the wallet thing again here soon. But no, it's not open source. I'm sorry I ignored your question earlier. No, it's not open source, and it's not publicly available in VODs in any major way. Sorry. I know, I apologize. But I can just start working on it again. That is the project I would actually reapply or apply for the first time to Y Combinator with. I don't think Vexilla is a Y Combinator project. The wallet wrapper is Walter. Yes, exactly. Walter is the wallet wrapper tool. Yeah, like a wallet as a service, right? A deductible balance system as a service is actually massively useful for a lot of things, right? Every single like AI wrapping tool that wraps some other AI, right? Totally is my target market. Any indie game that doesn't want to write their own wallet system themselves is my target market. There's actually a huge market for this, like a massive market for this. Like massive. Hosting companies, same idea. A new hosting company trying to take some of DigitalOcean's target market could absolutely make use of my wallet system and then actually build out the thing they care about. Like, huge, actually. Railway is actually a target customer, which is why I'm on the fence for if I should even apply to Railway, because the thing I'm building is actually a thing that they should probably consume at some point. Yeah, boom, exactly, Blake. The tool you're building needs a wallet as a service, or otherwise you got to build that yourself. Yeah. We don't use the word wallet in any of our marketing. But the name of the company is Walleter, like Walter. It's Walleter, Walter, whatever you want to call it. It is a wallet as a service. But I'll never use that in my marketing because someone's going to use digital wallet against me as a thing they copyrighted. But they'd have to prove implementation details, I think. I could defend myself in court, and that sounds like marketing to me. Pretty much any company that currently is thinking about suing me, I don't think they realize that that's my path to actually greatness. Some company suing me that puts me into the national spotlight. So, Blake, maybe you're misunderstanding. No, all I'm talking about is a consumer, or like a consumer of your consumers, right? You are my consumer as like the app dev. Someone wants to buy $20 worth of your, let's just call it a shitcoin. Yeah, they can buy $20 worth of blank coins in your ecosystem, and they can use those only within your ecosystem. They can't transfer those. They can't do anything like crazy that we'd want to get like audited for. But recognize that what we're talking about is basically the same as any mobile game marketplace, right? Digital credits, etc., non-transferable and non-refundable. In-game currency, exactly, Akavenge. Yes, I am building an in-game currency system as a service. It'll manage your billing for you in a way that you don't have to build that anymore. You just tie into our API. And then it's an SLA that you can write off. right? Managing your own balance as a system is a thing you're building that is not your core product. Your core product is the game you're making. Your core product is the service you're making. And managing billing for that product, especially with prepaid denominations, etc. Like, dude, that's easy, right? That's something outside the scope of the business you were trying to build in the first place. And you should probably outsource that to anybody if given a chance, because it's not the thing you're trying to build, and it's not the thing that separates you from other people. How is Walter different from current systems? Name a current system that solves that exact problem. Four-wheel gator. I'm waiting. Name a current system that does exactly that. Every single thing I've seen is invoice-based, not prepaid. So I am relying upon you to provide me a competitor that actually does this exact thing. Good luck. Have fun. I haven't seen it yet. So let me go flip my chicken real quick. But yeah, four-wheel gator, this is your challenge. Find a competitor that does exactly what I mean. I'm waiting. Four-wheel gator. Did you not have anyone in mind? Are you just guessing that someone has done this? Yeah, you're making the same mistake that every other person has made in this regard. Did you not have a company in mind? Yeah. Have you found it yet? I don't think you did. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, seriously, find a competitor that does this exact thing. You can help me. Do my market research for me. Let me just point out that I've done some market research and I didn't find anyone doing this exact niche. That's why I think it's a valuable niche. I've never heard of conatoxia. That already sounds like a business I wouldn't use. They couldn't think of a better name? Their product is so good they didn't need to come up with a new name? All right. Cool, I get it. Whatever. I've never heard of conatoxia. You might have found it. You might have found the one company solving this niche. The fact that I've never heard of them means that I still have a viable business on my hands. No, I am not trying to do this. They're trying to do money transfer. That is way outside the scope of what I'm doing. Nope, nope, nope. I do not want to be regulated in the same way as a money marketplace. Hell no. That sounds like a nightmare. No, these people are not actually solving the same problem I'm talking about at all. Not even close. So they're not even close to a competitor. I am literally only talking about non-transferable marketplaces such as in-game currency for specific games, in which you can't transfer that currency. It's just your own in-game currency for buying cosmetics or whatever. There is no business solving that exact niche. They're not doing it, man. Until you find an actual competitor doing that, nah, man. Every single game you've ever seen that does that builds it on their own. That sounds like a thing they could abstract out. They could just consume a service. Because building out that system is effort and time they're wasting towards not building out features and value in their own product. Their marketplace, their internal coin marketplace, right, for their own internal cosmetics, developing that entire economy, regardless of whether they can transfer that economy, is outside the scope of their core product. So it's effort they're wasting that they could have been spending actually building out their product. No, absolutely not, Akavenge. There is zero transferability. This is only for Game A making their own Game A-based currency that you can only spend within Game A. But any effort they spend on building out a marketplace and those transactions and managing the balance of their Game A currency is effort they're spending on not developing their game itself. That's why software as a service exists, so that people don't have to solve things that are actually tangential to their core market. If you're developing an AI that allows people to envision themselves with different haircuts, is building out a token-based balance management system part of your core product? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. It is actually so far outside of your core product that you're wasting your own effort developing a system for that. Especially if you're a single developer company. So, Martis, you're actually wrong in the fact that app stores do not solve your internal currency needs. They don't even solve your balance needs. All the internal app stores do is record the transaction of what you got paid when, and that's it. What that payment actually equates to within your internal marketplace is not the app store's concern. Exactly, Akavenge. Yes, that is what software as a service is meant to do. But there is no existing software platform solving the exact problem that Walter is meant to solve, that every single mobile game with their own internal marketplace needs to solve, right? Like, yeah, seriously, man. I'm waiting for someone to steal this idea, just like the static file-based feature flagging thing that we started a few years ago. There's someone who watched this stream that took that idea and ran with it and made Hypertune and ended up doing some other stuff too, right? That has happened. That said, you can take an idea, but you don't own it. Meanwhile, the person that came up with an idea, you can't buy vision. You can't buy vision. The ideas I have are not just their ideas, they're what the ideas can become. And you can't buy that. You can take an idea, but you can't take vision. You can't see where it's gonna eventually go. And that's what separates a founder from someone who made something that other people have already made. You can't buy vision. You can buy an idea, but you can't buy vision. You can steal an idea, but you can't steal vision. You can't steal where this thing could go. And I've already espoused and talked about some things about like where this could go. Do you think that's the end of it? Yeah, for sure. Steal it if you want. Yeah, you'll just make the market for me. And I'll come in and actually do it right. Yeah, so thank you for establishing a market. If you think you can usurp my entire idea by taking the idea, cool, good luck. You still couldn't take the vision. And you can't buy vision. It would be a service. It would be operated in the same way that ChargeBee works. Right? Recurly, ChargeBee, etc. Their billing model would be my billing model. Right? It would be revenue based. Like literally, it would be revenue based. I would be borrowing this exact same billing model. Is the performance per month value the exact same thing? No, but the idea of up to X amount of billing per month, then we start charging you money, like obviously. For your first 250K per year, screw it, yeah, right? Free. And then after that, well, yeah, we collect a percentage. Why can we do that? Because we are recording every dollar amount you go through our platform anyway, so we know how much revenue you're doing. It's actually really easy at that point because we manage the entire billing process. Yeah, Walter is the thing we will be doing in the next 2 to 3 months. Yeah, I'm not kidding, Traxxas. Yes, I will be working on Walter again. I want to launch Vexilla in a way that I think I could monetize it in some way first. And then after that, yeah, Walter is the thing. Now, granted, if I had kept on Walter, I could have actually like timed it with the AI stuff. Yeah, exactly, Akavenge. There's a lot of value to Walter as a business. Like, so valuable. So much so that if I get accepted to Y Combinator with it, I'll be tapping Rocks to be the actual, like, you know, at least fractional CTO or CEO for the thing. And I would be CTO. So, Four-Wheel, let me just point out that I did a lot of research to look into my idea. You still need to put in that research. You still need to put in that effort. If you're convinced it doesn't exist, well, that's because you put in the research and you didn't find it. That's a different thing, right? Don't just have faith in an idea. Make sure that no one else is doing it already. So Martis, I agree. They have APIs for in-game purchases. Those purchases are not deducting from a balance. Those in-game purchases are individual purchases, meaning that you get charged a percentage of that exact purchase at the time it's made, which is very different from establishing a balance and deducting from that over time. So I get it, Martis, right? Like Apple absolutely has that. But what if you wanted to sell it as a web app too? As a game outside of those ecosystems? What about on Steam? What about on Epic? What about all of these other things? Less so, duct tape. Way less so. The value is that you as a game developer don't need to implement all this. You as a developer don't need to establish a transaction every single time someone does this. They can do the transaction once, and then they have coins within a system that then you just deduct from. And that can also be usage-based. Now, we haven't seen major usage-based game economies yet, only because I don't think it's been viable and easy for them to implement. If we establish a really good, easy, usage-based economy for gaming, there will be games spun up around it, for sure. Hey, you spun up your kingdom, sure. How many defenders do you want to have defend your kingdom? You can spend extra money for defenders you don't have in the system, but for people that you want to have to defend your kingdom while you're offline or whatever, right? Heyo, right? Like, there will be games spun up around usage-based deductions. Exactly, duct tape. Yes, 1000%. That's what I'm talking about. Madden, NBA 2K, right? How many games out there actually establish a thing like that unique to their game where they have to build out that system every single time they launch a new game? Could they reuse a library for it? Sure. But that's a library they have to maintain. For an indie studio trying to compete with the incumbent other game studios, how do they deal with that? Now, I wouldn't have to integrate at the pass level whatsoever because it's in-game, like, content. Even at the Game Pass level, if you get a free game on Game Pass, right, you can get Madden for free right now on Game Pass, right? The newest Madden is absolutely free on Game Pass now. If you want to actually do the pay-to-win aspect of Madden, you're still buying coins through EA, not through Microsoft. Technically, it does still go through Microsoft, right? But that's what I'm getting at. The in-game economy is separate from the Game Pass level anyway. Completely separate. Exactly, duct tape. Their coins don't work across Madden and NHL. I'm not trying to say they should. I don't want them to work cross-game. All I'm telling you is that you could establish all of this within a game without having to write all of that logic per game. If you don't understand the value to that, I probably can't convince you anymore because you don't understand the problem. I can't help you understand the solution if you don't understand the problem. And I'm tired of trying to make you understand the problem. If you don't get it, you don't get it. I'm not trying to do a sales pitch for Walter right now. I got other stuff to do, man. Simply recognize that every indie game out there needs a marketplace like that if they want to sell cosmetics. Every single game that wants to sell cosmetics needs a marketplace like that. Every single game with cosmetics is my potential customer. That's a pretty big market, right? Ooh, so yeah, that's way tougher duct tape. Yeah, no, so that's like a market within a market, like a derivatives market, and derivatives market is outside my current scope. Percentages of like derivative assets, yeah, no, that's way outside of scope. Now, I'm not saying it's a no. If you'd like to help develop that idea together, I can help like work with you towards making Walter solve that problem, but that is outside the original scope. At which point, like, I can't concentrate on it yet. Unless you want to establish a partnership and we collect an extra, like, royalty on top. But I don't think that's what you're looking for either. So, you know, whatever. Again, y'all are talking about a thing that I have not properly given thought to, so I don't know, right? My simple answer is I have no idea. Maybe, I don't know. So duct tape, what you're saying there is also like just really outside the scope of what I'm looking at doing. I'm not saying it's impossible, but that sounds like a really sweet deal they have, and it's not what I'm going for at all. Could we get there eventually? Maybe, but it's not my core and target market, and I would have to concentrate on the core and target market first, because I know for a fact there's money there. There's money being left on the table. There's dev effort that companies are wasting on implementing these systems that they just don't have to implement. So yeah, what you're saying is basically an edge case to this whole thing, right? Like derivatives. Yeah, derivatives is outside my current scope. There's definitely value to it eventually, but no, not right now. So Martis, for the end consumer, there is no difference. For the person making the game you're talking about, there is a difference. Do they have to manage the balance themselves, or are they just consuming an API for it? So Martis, like, if you don't get it, again, I'm not going to be able to make you get it. You're just missing something. You just don't get it. That's fine. I'm not trying to sell that thing because that's not what I am even working on right now. So Martis and duct tape and anyone else asking about Walter as a business paradigm. If you don't get it, I don't care anymore because I'm not working on that right now. Can we move on, please? That's not what I'm doing. If you don't get it, that's fine. That means I still have a major niche in the industry that I don't care if you get or not. Your lack of understanding is actually my moat. It's not what we're doing right now. Can we get back to what we're trying to do right now? Please? Your lack of understanding is my moat. Martis, is the passive aggressiveness actually valuable at this point? Right? Sorry for asking. I can just simply ignore you in the future if you want. That's actually really easy. I could just totally ignore you if you don't want to be someone worth talking to. I'd appreciate an actual sincere apology rather than your passive-aggressive one. Otherwise, I'll just ignore your comments in the future. Is that what you're looking for with a comment like that? I'm waiting. Martis, this is your last chance to actually be a human being about it. Otherwise, I can make sure I don't have to give a shit about your comments in the future. And it's a really easy way to make sure I don't. Yeah, cool. All right. Hide user on this channel. Real easy. As far as I know, there's no way of undoing that. So, yeah, you did this to yourself, man. But Archer Zen, how you doing? Thank you for the hello, Mr. Sir. Yeah, Martis, if you feel ignored, that's your own fault. All right, so current book. We're no longer actually, like, making that a thing. Hold on, let's go find the open edit. We want to set the current chapter. Actually, current chapter is already verifiable. Yeah, so teeny weeny beanie? Yeah, all right, I get that. Yeah, I got a beanie. I get it. Makes sense. It's a cool vid. All right, I'll have to check it out for sure. I mean, you can post the link. 1 second. All right, so yeah, you can post the link. We'll check it out at some point. Probably not right now, but maybe later over on Gaming Stream. It's a Jimmy Fallon thing? The fact that they show my yellow beanie right there on the bottom middle of that screenshot, I'm borderline offended by it. How dare they? They don't know me. They might know me, actually. They got the blue one, too. They got the blue beanie. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually, like, mildly offended by this. They got both of my beanies right there. I don't have a black beanie. I should probably have a black beanie. I got an orange one. I got a red one. I got a yellow one and a blue one and a green one. Yeah, so they're mostly talking shit about me. Just based upon the beanies in the title, you know? I don't wear glasses like that. How dare they? It's a teeny weeny beanie. I mean, this one's close. It's got a little, like, extra on top. Like, you know, don't judge the beanie by the girth it provides. No, I get it. I understand those might be the lyrics. I'm still judging the lyrics. Like, don't judge the beanie, okay? Come on, man. We've already established that 4 inches is adequate. Yeah, come on, man. Right? I got the reservoir tip for a reason, man. You know? It's a bit like a condom at this point. Does that make me a dickhead? Only slightly. Only slightly. Yeah. If you don't want to get banned, yeah, totally. Just don't answer that question. Yeah, we've done some work today. Are we at the point where, yeah, I need to eat some ramen and we're hanging out? Yeah, and have we gotten any major work done in the last hour or two? No, we got sidetracked by a previously banned person that actually baited other people into bans because of their comments about a project we're not working on right now. So Martis, you got baited, man. You got absolutely baited into debating a thing I didn't actually want to discuss right now. Martis, like, you got trolled. But you bought into the troll enough that, yeah, you ended up getting the message deleted by, and I don't care about your comments in the future anymore because you went passive aggressive with it. I don't even know how to fix that on YouTube, so you're like forevermore banned. Good job. That's on you, man. You could have been better about it. But no, that's your job. That's your problem. Have fun. It's just so weird to me. Like, Martis. Why would you actually buy into a troll bait about a project we're not even working on, man? You got bit. Maybe it's possible, Zach, but no, I bet they're still watching because they actually enjoy the content. Because people watching on YouTube actually watch because they enjoy it, not because they want to interact. Martis, I have no absolute way of knowing how to unban you if you didn't mean harm. In the future, anyone on YouTube, maybe don't be a dick. Don't make comments that would make you be perceived as a dick. On YouTube, as far as I know, they're not reversible. I see no way of unbanning someone at this point. I see no way of seeing who's asking for an unban. If you fuck up on YouTube, you done fucked up. You're just hidden forever. Have fun. Enjoy. Goodbye. So yeah, Martis, you massively fucked up, dude. Is that my problem? I don't think so. Instead, think about who you're talking to and think about who you actually want to continue to be able to talk to. And maybe don't make comments like what you just made. I don't know, man. Up to you. Not my problem. But yeah, I think we're at the point of the day in which I need to go raid someone else. Yeah, anyone over on YouTube, like, dude, just don't be a dick. It's really hard for some people. It's really hard for some people to not be a dick. Not my problem. Ooh, yeah, they were hanging out earlier. They're super good. We're gonna go look at everybody streaming right now, though. Strager, killing it. L:Q, killing it. Ooh, yeah, they're super good, actually. Dude, yeah, they're awesome. They followed recently, too. Yeah, they're awesome, man. Yeah. Richard Zampiri, or Fatal Vampire, or Nikwan Datasci, Productive Time is going, but not at their computer as far as I can see. Proton Fig killing it. Spiridon, we haven't actually been able to raid Spiridon. No, this is a good moment. We're going to go raid Spiridon. We're going to go do that. For sure. Fatal Vampire sounds awesome too. They're great. Yeah, they're fantastic. We're going to go raid Spiridon now. Spiridon FL? I think that's their name. Yeah, totally. Hey, that's totally them. So yeah, we're going to go raid Spiridon. They're doing their thing. They're hanging out. I see Nate Codes as a mod in their channel. Interesting. Let's hope I don't get banned. I'll be over on Chilling Stream right after this. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. I got chicken I need to finish cooking, and I got ramen I need to make, and yeah, that will all be happening together over on Gaming Stream, and I'll see you over there, for sure. Why wouldn't I be on Gaming Stream tonight? And it has nothing to do with the trolls we experienced today. What does that even mean, Duct Tape? I'm so confused by the statement you just made. Everyone on YouTube, cheers. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see y'all again soon. Cheers. Later.